días, pues hoy es el que tenía que ser día 1 del Grand Prix 2024 Santa Cilia. Desgraciadamente las condiciones meteorológicas no acompañan y siempre hay trabajo. Los pilotos aprovechan, como pueden ver, para trabajar, mejorar los aviones. En este caso están mirando todo el tema de condiciones técnicas y si viene agua en el suelo es porque, como sabrán, en este tipo de competiciones los pilotos vuelan con lastre de agua, cargan sus alas con agua y esta mañana están haciendo pruebas de llenado y de vaciado. Están haciendo pruebas de lastre de agua porque cada mañana tienen que pasar por una báscula donde son pesados. La competición impone unas condiciones máximas de carga alar que pueden llevar estos aviones. Tienen un peso de referencia o peso máximo que tienen que cumplir. Pueden estar por debajo del límite. Si están por encima, tienen que, digamos, quitar parte de esa agua que emplean de lastre para cumplir ese requisito. So is your first time that you come to Santa Cilia?
I flew in Santa Cilia in the previous year on the Spanish nationals, and I fly a lot from Cerdaña in the Pyrenees.
Okay, and it's your first Sailplane Grand Prix?
Yes, yes. I mean, at least the official FAI.
Okay, and what do you think of this kind of competition?
Well, I think it is very interesting for the spectators, and like the racing spirit is much higher. It's much more competitive, this type of race. But on the less great side, there is a bigger advantage for better gliders.
And what do you think of Santa Cilia, gliding area and Pyrenees in general? What do you think about the environment and the conditions?
Well, I was researching many places to fly, and I believe the Pyrenees is one of the best places to glide in Europe, if not in the world. You can fly whole year long, you can fly in the winter. It's an amazing place to pursue this sport.
Okay, so thank you, Matthew. Welcome to the Sailplane Grand Prix Santa Cilia.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Estamos aquí en el Aeródromo de Santa Cilia y tenemos aquí la DR400, la que llamamos una Robin, que es nuestro avión remolcador de planeadores en esta competición. Este avión se usa muy bien para remolcar planeadores, ya que tiene muy buena relación peso-potencia. Es un avión que pesa muy poco y tiene mucha potencia en relación a su peso. Entonces, para arrastrar otro avión, pues es muy eficiente. Nuestro trabajo consiste, somos como taxis, en optimizar el ascenso, saber interpretar la atmósfera y buscar dónde se sube mejor para que el remolque sea más corto. Para remolcar el planeador tenemos una cuerda que se engancha en la cola de nuestro avión y en el morro del planeador o debajo de la panza. Estoy aprendiendo muchísimo y es una experiencia que no mucha gente suele vivir, así que yo estoy muy agradecida y es muy divertido.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Sailplane Grand Prix 2024 Series 12 here in Santa Cilia de Jaca in Spain, the Northern Pyrenees. Okay, this is the second day of the championship, but first task, because yesterday it was cancelled due to weather conditions, it was not possible to fly. In fact, there was some, maybe 1 hour, but we did not have any. Well, the window was not big enough, so we could put task and all the lunches. So today is the first day, and as you will already know, this Grand Prix is in 15 meters class, and we have 14 pilots from Spain, Poland, France, and United Kingdom, and Germany. And today will be the first day, and here 1 week before we made the competition, which is called Copa Pirineos, which takes place every year. And many of the pilots that are competing this week, they came here to start training and know the area, the gliding conditions, the reach. And as the first day, we are going to see there are 2 tasks. We are going to see the task that is put for today. Okay, you can see it. We have a task of 142 kilometers because, the weather conditions, unfortunately, the forecast has been much worse than expected yesterday. Yesterday we were expecting a very good day with high seas more than 3,000, but this changed, unfortunately, this evening. And in fact, at the daily waging time, it was raining. So, but finally the sun came out. Nice cumulus now. There was a lot of humidity, but it's dissipating and starting to appear cumulus. And this is the task E for today. And it's a task of 142 kilometers. As you know, it's not a sector area, but all sector task, always a speed task. And today is 142 kilometers, starting from north of airfield each point F. So we are starting from Borao, going to the east to Yesero. Okay, first leg is 28 kilometers. Going back to the west to Hassa, southeast to Yebra de Bassa, point finish north, which you will see now in the launches, which is just north of the airfield, and from there the last leg finishing over Santa Cilia airfield. There's a finish altitude of 1,000 meters, and the start altitude, there's a small mistake here, is not set because there are so clouds that we are waiting for news from the pilots gliding, and we will decide later. Okay. Also, you see the start time is not set because it depends on the finishing of the launches. Okay, back again live. We're talking about the task A that is the one that is valid now. As we said before, there's a finish altitude of 1,000. The start altitude is still not decided, and there's a maximum altitude for the whole championship, not this day, but the whole championship, of 4,500 meters. Okay, so now let's take a look at what could be the B task. It's a longer task because to the east of the airfield in the Ainsa Valley zone, there are expected the much better conditions, better thermal strength ratio and higher ceilings. The problem is we have some strong wind from west and northwest from 15 knots more depending on the altitude. So the problem could be coming back. But anyway, as you know, as the launches started, it's of course task A, but anyway it was the second task prepared just in case conditions seem better than they are. Okay, so now we are going to see also what's the weather forecast for today. As you can see with this system SkySight, you can see the task for today. This is the potential flight distance, but it's very interesting to see what will be the cloud base. Okay, now they are taking off the first gliders, so we expect to open the gate sometime around 2 hours 15 minutes, and in theory the ceiling will increase, will be getting higher and higher. Okay, but there are some occasional showers. Okay, not expected a lot of rain, just in case some coating of rain, but nothing important. And also the thermal strength ratio from 2, 2.5, 3. Okay, so with this wind, which can cause a lot of turbulence in the middle of the valley or in the northern mountains, as you see, the task will take place around the valley, okay, in higher ground. But the problem is, then we'll talk about the environment and the mountains. But unfortunately, with this wind and this cloud ceiling, pilots won't be able to reach the ridge to fly dynamic. Okay, and that's the thing. That's the weather forecast and the task for today. We'll keep back in some minutes. You will listen to the start procedure, and well, we'll be back in some minutes live. Thank you. Okay, there was a small mistake, so I was talking about the weather forecast and you couldn't see at the screen. Now you have it on your screen. Thank you for your patience, and you can see this is the potential flight distance. Unfortunately, the main ridge, the highest step of the Pyrenees, which is here, Bisaurín, Collarada, Panticosa, until you arrive to Monte Perdido and Tordesa National Valley. Unfortunately, it won't work because of the wind. And let me show you the wind, 2,400. Okay, and if we take a look, there's almost no ridge. Some small mountains that have the face to the west, but it will not. The normal ridge won't be usable today. So I was talking about the cloud base. So supposing we are starting about 15 minutes after 2 or 2. Okay, this will be the expected ceiling. Okay, so it will increase until 2,800, something like that. And because of this and because of this wind, this is a small task for these gliders in the valley. Okay, so now you will skip seeing the launches. Okay, thank you. Buenos días, pues hoy es el que tenía que ser día 1 del Grand Prix 2024 Santa Cilia. Desgraciadamente las condiciones meteorológicas no acompañan y siempre hay trabajo. Los pilotos aprovechan, como pueden ver, para trabajar, mejorar los aviones. En este caso están mirando todo el tema de condiciones técnicas y si ven agua en el suelo es porque, como sabrán, en este tipo de competiciones los pilotos vuelan con lastre de agua, cargan sus alas con agua. Y esta mañana están haciendo pruebas de llenado y de vaciado. Están haciendo pruebas de lastre de agua porque cada mañana tienen que pasar por una báscula donde son pesados. La competición impone unas condiciones máximas de carga alar que pueden llevar estos aviones. Tienen un peso de referencia o peso máximo que tienen que cumplir. Pueden estar por debajo del límite. Si están por encima, tienen que, digamos, quitar parte de esa agua que emplean de lastre para cumplir ese requisito. So is your first time that you come to Santa Cilia?
I flew in Santa Cilia in the previous year on the Spanish nationals, and I fly a lot from Cerdaña in the Pyrenees.
Okay, and it's your first sailplane Grand Prix?
Yes, yes. I mean, at least the official FAI.
Okay, and what do you think of this kind of competition?
Well, I think it is very interesting for the spectators, and like the racing spirit is much higher. It's much more competitive, this type of race. But on the less great side, there is a bigger advantage for better gliders.
And what do you think of Santa Cilia, gliding area and Pyrenees in general? What do you think about the environment and the conditions?
Well, I was researching many places to fly, and I believe the Pyrenees is one of the best places to glide in Europe, if not in the world. You can fly whole year long, you can fly in the winter. It's an amazing place to pursue this sport.
Okay, so thank you, Matthew. Welcome to the Sailplane Grand Prix Santa Cilia.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Estamos aquí en el Aeródromo de Santa Cilia y tenemos aquí la DR400, la que llamamos una Robin, que es nuestro avión remolcador de planeadores en esta competición. Este avión se usa muy bien para remolcar planeadores ya que tiene muy buena relación peso-potencia. Es un avión que pesa muy poco y tiene mucha potencia en relación a su peso. Entonces, para arrastrar otro avión, pues es muy eficiente. Nuestro trabajo consiste, somos como taxis, en optimizar el ascenso, saber interpretar la atmósfera y buscar dónde se sube mejor para que el remolque sea más corto. Para remolcar el planeador tenemos una cuerda que se engancha en la cola de nuestro avión y en el morro del planeador o debajo de la panza. Estoy aprendiendo muchísimo y es una experiencia que no mucha gente suele vivir, así que yo estoy muy agradecida y es muy divertido.
Maximum start altitude is 2,200 meters. Pilots must be behind the extended start line in 9 minutes.
segundo. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Estamos en el Soaring Grand Prix de Santa
The start
Cilia.
line will be opened in 2 minutes. Pilots must be behind the extended start line in 1 minute.
Estamos a punto de abrir la puerta de salida, se abre en 2 minutos. Estáis viendo a todos los planeadores de la competición justo antes de pasar la línea, que es la línea verde esa que tenemos ahí. Y ahora en breve, dentro de 3 minutos, os pasamos con Jaume, que os va a comentar la prueba.
The start line will be opened in 1 minute. The start line will be opened in 30 seconds. Start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Gate open. Altavoz. So welcome back again. The race has just started, as you can see with our silent wheel simulator. So unfortunately, not all the gliders could arrive to the start altitude, which was 2,200 meters, and the start line was 2 hours 35 minutes. And we have a group at the north where there are going John Gatfield with Yankee Oscar, Papa Echo, which is Wojciech Domanski from Poland, and also 85, which is Max Size, and Gold Victor, who is Jose Antonio Blanco from Spain. Okay, there's also a southern group, which is Echo X-Ray with Pablo Bispe, 24, India Romeo, which is Kevin 4, with the Aventus 2A, and Sierra, which is Stanislas Biela from Poland Alto flying Ventus 3. Okay, so unfortunately the wind is from west-northwest, so they cannot use the main ridge that you can see at the end of your screen. Okay, you usually with breeze, west wind or south wind, we use that ridge to fly on dynamic, but unfortunately today it seems not possible because of the wind and also of the cloud ceiling, which is lower than the peaks. So they are going through the third step. I mean, from the main valley of Jaca to the main Pyrenees, there are some kind of 3 lines of steps that we will talk later. And now they just crossed the start line and going through the third step, which is a line that will go until the valley of Viescas, and from there they will jump to Yesero. So this first point, this first leg is 28 kilometers and long, and they have to turn back to the west. We think if it works, if this third step works, they will go back through the same path, and from there they will have a southern leg to Hassa, which is 35 kilometers, and there they will have to jump through the valley. Okay. Now, as you can see, they are going to the east to the first point. You can see turn point 1, which is Yesero, and for sure they have to stop to climb. The maximum altitude the pilots got before the start was about 2,400, 2,500 meters, and the started altitude was lower, so there are no security problems, playing with the bus of the winds of the clouds. Sorry. So now it seems that most of them have stopped to thermal. As you can see, there's a group there because different from other kind of competitions, in Sailplane Grand Prix, you cannot choose the time you pass the gate, but you must pass the gate as soon as you can after the gate is open. So usually, if they can afford to arrive to the start line when you are supposed to in a good position, usually there are 1 or 2 goggles with most of the pilots just after the start. So it's very important to say that we think we will see most of the gliders together, but in its 15 meters Grand Prix, the gliders are 15 meters class. So there's a big difference or some gaps in performance of the gliders. So we have from the last top glider, which has a Ventus 3 or GS3, from older gliders like ASW20 or Discus CS that have less performance. Okay, so the one who we are seeing is Sergio Lesey, who is flying a 29. So we see this goggle, okay, and you can see as they are turning, the higher one seems to be John Gattit with Yankee Oscar. John is flying an SH-33 with engine, and he's been flying here last week, flying the Copa Pyrenees competition, which is a competition that takes place here yearly. Close to him is Papa Echo with its Wojciech Domanski flying a Ventus 2A, and also the other Polish pilot who is José Antonio Blanco, which is Golf Victor, and Sergio Lesey, that's flying a 29 Bravo Whiskey. Okay, and now it appears India Romeo, who is Kevin Ford. Kevin Ford was the last pilot to arrive to Santa Cilia. He arrived yesterday, just to the limit 2 days ago. Sorry, to make the reference scrutiny ring. Okay, so from here you can see there's the valley of Viescas. And from here, we think they will follow a straight line over the ridge, over this third step, and until they jump the Viescas Valley, and they will arrive directly to Yesero. We think it's about 15 kilometers to arrive. Okay, and this first group with Yankee Oscar John Gatfield at the lead, with about 2,300 meters, and followed by 85, who is Maximilian Size with the GS3. Okay, and also this group of Sergio Lesey and Wojciech. After them, they are flying José Antonio Blanco, who is a local pilot from here, and also Maciej Klusinski, who is flying Tango Fox, which is a SZD 55. Okay, so one of the main important things here is there are very experienced pilots at Grand Prix competitions, and other ones that have it's their first Grand Prix. I mean, for example, last week or some weeks ago, for example, Maciej Klusinski was flying his SZD without water. He never have flown water. So these days have been the first days that he has flown with water ballast. You know, there's a significant improvement in performance in the gliding, but sometimes depending on the conditions, your thermaling climbing can be a little bit reduced. So generally it's used the water ballast for days with a lot of wind or with strong conditions. Okay, so they are going. You see, they are arriving to the Viescas Valley. They will pass the. Sorry, 1 second. At north is Punta Retona mountain. And the good thing is there seems to be the ceilings are a little bit higher than expected. There were, as you know, in Grand Prix usually you put 2 tasks, and our B task was a longer one to close the big wide valley of Cinca River, but there was a strong wind from west, so we decided it was not a good idea. And also it was very, very wet. So we see at the south now the main valley of Jaca, which is called the Jacetania region, and it goes from Sabiñánigo village until it arrives to the Yesa Valley, and in the middle is Jaca and Santa Cilia airfield. Okay. As you can see some cliffs, but these cliffs usually don't work because they are looking to the north, so they are not exposed to the sun. Okay. So now crossing the Viescas Valley, and the important thing, as you can see, all the radius turn of the waypoints are only 500 meters. So I mean it's diameter of 1 kilometer. So you don't have much place to play for about different routes or how to arrive, but here, especially with short legs and gliders flying with at high speed, you almost go directly. Okay. we will see from the third point, which is Yebra de Bassa, to the reporting point, which is only 4 kilometers from the airfield. Then this leg goes just through the middle of the valley, and there will be two options. One will be going through the north, through the first step, north of Jaca, and the other one will be going south. That can be very important key point that can decide who is the winner. Hello, back again. So now you can see to the south the first turn-point, which is Yesero. As you can see, they make a deviation through the north, so it means there was for sure a cloud street, so they were following it. And after this first thermal, we can see that they almost lost no altitude, even though they were going fast. So seems to be there were nice conditions. So what we're explaining to you, they followed the ridge, this third step, and they are turning almost 90 degrees to the point. So it's very important. You know, there are some calculations about if it's better even flying ridge straight or stop to climb a thermal that can be even 5 meters per second. And practical here in Pyrenees, and it's better never stop. So that's what they are doing. So at the lead, we can see John Gatfield, I think, is at the lead. We can see they are very close to the first point. So they arrive to the first waypoint, and they are turning to the second. The second waypoint is Hassa. Hassa is at 35 kilometers in a northwestern route, bearing something like 280 degrees. Okay, and now we will see if they will follow this same path. Okay, now you can see the distance remaining for each pilot to the second point. At the leak is John Gatfield, closely followed by Wojciech and Sergio. Well, and Kevin is there also. You can see some movement because you know the signals. There is some a small difference. Okay, and as you can see, they are going to the ridge, and I think they are going to climb. Okay, now it's better to climb the Biescas Valley. It's better to climb to the cloud base. And yes, clearly in this image, thank you, Luis. Luis is the airfield manager. You can see that huge ridge that they won't be able to follow. Okay. So they turned north to follow the ridge, and then turning to the west to jump this Biescas Valley. It seems that as we thought, the main Pyrenees is not working. I think before the start, some pilots went there to try, but I think they didn't work. In fact, there was it's expected wind from west or northwest, so it's possible to have downdrafts after this main ridge. Okay. So we can see this lead of 4 pilots. In the meantime, there's another group of 3 pilots, 3 Spanish pilots, which is Bravo Mike, Echo X-Ray, and 7 Alpha. They used a southern route. They are about 2,000 meters high and 1,000 or 1,800. They followed the southern route, but usually the southern you go, the lower the ceiling is. Okay, so now the rest of the pilots are touching the first point and going to Hasa, the second one. Okay. In the meantime, it's interesting to say that even though it's the second day of the championship, is the first task, because yesterday the day was cancelled because of bad meteo conditions. So yesterday was a typical day that pilots tuned their gliders even better than they were and prepared for the weighting reference. And for today, we expected a very good day, but this morning the forecast changed a little bit to worse. So we thought at first that they would jump the main Finca Valley and make a longer task, but unfortunately it was not possible. So back again, they crossed the Viescas Valley, and as you see, they were about 2,200 meters. They stopped to climb, and I think was still the leading group of 4 gliders, and the following group, I think they will join them. We will see if they are able to catch the same thermal, because if they are lower, they will not be able to follow up the ridge and have to make a big deviation. Okay, so here they are. John is already leaving. Meanwhile, Kevin Ford and Wojciech stay there. I think they're going to climb to the cloud base. They are climbing very well, even more than 300 meters per second. In fact, it was unexpected. Of course, it's just one thermal, but very good conditions there. We were a little worried because with last week's some days raining, even this morning, when there's a lot of humidity, sometimes we have clouds that have no thermal, and we were a bit concerned about. So we were concerned about spreading out and how many octaves of cumulus would be there. So the important thing was that it was not completely covered. Okay, so we can see now they left the thermal. They are on glide, following the ridge. And as you can see, India Romeo at first was 200 kilometers per hour. Well, now we lost the speed. Of course, they will do some kind of dolphin flying because there are clouds there. So maybe don't stop to turn, but they will accelerate in between the thermals and decelerate when arriving them. Perfect. Now you can see how the positions are. It's important to say that this position is not absolute because you also have to take. It depends a lot on the energy. So you can have a pilot leading, but with 400 meters less altitude, so it has less energy, and maybe he had to stop to climb, and the second pilot doesn't. So, but anyway, they are on their path to the second point. Okay, it could be interesting, Luis, to see how much kilometers are from the second point, and also to see what's the difference. What's the difference between them? Okay. Back again. You can see they are around 17 kilometers from the second point. They are going the north. They are following the northern path. They can. They will pass the Villanueva Valley and arrive to a place when there is something we could say a service thermal. Okay, it's called Blanca's Peak, where they always, or usually, or 90% of the time, there's a thermal. And well, there's the leading group with Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield, India Romeo, which is Kevin Ford, and Bravo Whiskey, who is Sergio Lesay. Okay, it will be interesting also to see if this difference of gliding performance it's really important. Okay, we will see at the end what happens. Hello, back again. we can see the leading group is going to Blanca's Ridge, to Blanca's Peak. In fact, they are deviating about 30 degrees or 20 degrees from the leg, from the light that goes from the first waypoint to the second waypoint. And we think they will go there to climb for sure, and then they will turn south maybe 45 degrees to go to Hasa, to the second point. Now the interesting thing we will see later, if they will use the same path or go direct to the third point, to the main valley. Okay. So this is a general view of the task. You can see they are already taking different routes to arrive to the second point. 2 days ago, Yankee Oscar in Copa Pyrenees, we had a very western waypoint, and in fact he made a big deviation through the main Pyrenees Sierra, and then turn almost 90 degrees to the south, and in fact it was worth for him. So maybe we think he's working for it. Thank you, Luis. And now we can see the altitude. It's very important to see, as we told you, Kevin and John are going at the lead. But as you can see, there's a difference of 150 meters. It will change a lot depending on, you know, this dolphin flying. And all of them have water ballast. And in this championship, there's a limit of 50 kilos per square meter. But anyway, it's a lot of, most of them are at their limit of maximum takeoff weight. And is very useful for this kind of flying between clouds. So here, arriving to the second point, it's interesting to see being at the lead. You know, there are these top performance gliders, and you can see also 7-0, which is Aldo Rodriguez. Aldo Rodriguez is a very good and experienced Spanish glider pilot who in another Grand Prix in Cerdaña with his ASW20, he made second place in some days, so it was fantastic to beat another better performing glider. So he's there, and for sure he will try his best. So look at that. John is deviating a lot. John is deviating a lot to go to the second point. Take a look at it, and maybe he will turn to the south soon. Otherwise, he will pass. But look at this, it's a big deviation of more than 45 degrees. Okay, John has already turned. And will arrive to the second point. Okay. From there, they will make a turn to the left, almost 180 degrees, and from there this third leg of 39 degrees to Yebra de Bassa. Yebra de Bassa just at the east finish of the Jaca Valley. Usually there's a huge mountain between Yebra de Bassa and Sabiñánigo city. Usually there are very big and gliding conditions. Okay, arriving to the first point. At the lead, John Gatfield, followed by Kevin Ford and Wojciech. Sometimes you can see some jumps. It's because we told you the change of the signals and the lose of the signals sometimes. So John is going to turn, and from there they will go to this third point. Okay, passing the second point and going to Yebra de Bassa. It's pretty nice to see there's not one pilot alone, but a group, so there can be interesting changes between them. They are not going very high. Maybe we're looking at the window and the conditions to the west were far from being the best ones. So I think they have here less cloud base and also less thermal conditions. We will see. But in fact, they will go to the third or second ridge to climb. Okay. Now it could be interesting also to see how the main to see the main picture of everybody. And well, unfortunately, we see couple of pilots that struggle to arrive to the first point. So Echo Xer just made the first point. Meanwhile, Bravo Mike and 7 Alpha, they are low north of Sabiñánigo. Well, they are just trying to recover. They are really low, 1,300 meters. We will see if they are able to climb or they're making out landing. Okay. So here is the main group of 4: John, Max, Kevin, and Sergio Lasey. First group. A second group has just touched the second point, which is Wojciech and Klaus Kalmbach. Okay, there's a small group of 2 other pilots. And then to the north is another group, bigger than with José Antonio Blanco, Gold Victor, Sierra, 70 Aldo, Tango Fox Mati, and Juliet 7, who is Ayala. We're very happy to see Ayala here because just before the start time, he was a little down the altitude, and we were a little bit concerned that if she would be able to arrive to the start line on time, but we think he arrived. That's fantastic. And well, in fact, this third group seems to follow the same route that they took the previous groups, which is going to the north. So this is thanks to our friend Conrado working here with us. We can see how's the weather like in Hasa. This web camera is from Hasa village, and as you can see, there's a line of clouds. So for sure they follow this northern line. And to the south, it seems to be more blue. That's good, but the good thing is not spreading out. It's not 7-8 octaves of cumulus. Huh? There's blue, so the sun can generate thermals. Back again, we see the group of Gold Victor, which is Jose Antonio Blanco, and 7-0, who is Aldo. They are going together or pretty close to turn the second point. These are two pilots that we talked to just some seconds ago. They have older gliders with not good performance. Okay. And we see the main and leading group. They are going south. They are not following because there's a big deviation. They are not following the third ridge again, but going through the main valley. And I think they are going to follow the first line of mountains. Okay, you can see them. Okay, they stop to thermal. You can see them. And please, Luis, if you can put here the meters per second they are climbing. Okay, here is the thermal strength. I don't know if it was strong enough, or maybe they already arrived to the maximum altitude, because they left pretty fast. So they are now on glide. They are going deviating to the south. So I think there are some interesting clouds just close to the airfield.
Sí.
Okay, now we have an image from the airfield looking at northeast. And to the east, to the valley, they are going to cross to go to the third point, Yebra de Bassa. And as we told you before, it's getting blue. So it's good because the thermals will be stronger than expected. Okay. And here we have them. We can see this leading group turned into two. And they are following these two lines of ridge. The first step, the first line, Papa Echo seems to stop climbing, and I think Bravo Whiskey, maybe he's doing, maybe not. No, he's continuing. And it would be interesting, Luis, if we could see the altitude they have.
No.
Okay, you can see the altitude. The main valley is between 750 meters and 650 meters. So most of them are 1,000 meters high, even 1,400 meters. And well, Yankee, Oscar, and Di Romeo, they are crossing to the south, to the southern ridge. With this wind, it's possible there is some small ridge, but this ridge is much lower than the northern one, and the only thing it will do is maybe gun or creates thermals, but it's not a ridge you can follow usually with this wind. So they are crossing the main valley that, as we saw before at the camera, there were some clouds in the middle. Okay. So back again, the second group decided also to follow the main group. They are crossing to the valley. You can see they are making an interesting deviation, but they usually they don't go through the middle of the valley because it's more wet. There's more humidity, more water, apart from the main river. So the heat of the sun doesn't turn into thermals, but into dissipating this humidity. It could be interesting now. Maybe they are arriving to the third point. Yebra, Luis, we could put the distance somewhere to see which distance they have to the point. Okay, here they are. This group, the main group is John and Kevin. Unfortunately, they will find 7 Alpha because 7 Alpha and Bravo Whiskey are there struggling to climb. Sorry, not Bravo Whiskey, but 7 Alpha struggling to climb and try to finish the task. Okay, so it's John, India Romeo, Papa Echo, and 85. I'm going in a northerly route. Following the north is Sergio Lesay. Okay, thank you, Luis. And you see 7 Alpha. So 7 Alpha is not at the lead. It's there because just trying to climb. And take a look. They decided to go through over the main ridge. In this case, the forecast was that the wind was almost parallel to this ridge. So no dynamic flight. But of course, with the sun on it, they will create thermals. Okay, it could be interesting, Luis, to see which is their speed, because they are not very high. They are about 1,500 meters, and it will be interesting because now they are about 800 meters over the ground, and okay, where we have to say that sometimes when there are a bit low, sometimes we lose the signal. So they are now concerned to the third point, Yebra de Bassa, and we think they will arrive in about 5-10 minutes. Now it will be interesting. So to the left, you see that big ridge, which is Sabiñánigo 1. And well, in theory, they should stop to climb before because they have tailwind. So if they stop to climb after they touch the point, the wind will throw them further than the next point. So in theory, they should stop to climb now. So yes, they stop to climb. We think, and we've seen that maybe the thermals in the May Valley, we will see if they are as strong as the northern ones, or the main Pyrenees, or not. Just please take into account that the data you are seeing of meters per second of climb rate, it's at the point. So people who fly gliders know that usually the medium, which is the important thing, is much lower. Usually we say that the medium rate of climb is sometimes like half of your maximum, something like that. Okay. So we have the group here, the leading group. I think Sergio Lesay joined the group. So even with more than half of the task made, there's a leading group of 5. It's not breaking. And I will talk about there are gliders with different performances. Now it could be interesting, Luis, if we could see the altitude they are leaving. So John left the first, even he was lower. It's interesting movement. So it's a bet that John made, that he thinks he will find something better, and now they are really close to this point, and it's interesting to see if they go to the northern mountain. You can see close to the north signal. So that's village of Savignanigo in the middle of your screen, and to the north there's that huge rocky mountain full of vultures that where usually we have in the afternoon this big and powerful thermal. Sometimes there's a convergence here of 3 winds from the 3 different valleys, so it's very nice place to climb. So here they are. It seems John stopped. Kevin is going to the point, and Wojciech is going a little bit to the south. Okay, arriving to the third point, Llebra de Bassa. Kevin is at the lead, John is second. And we will look at what path they will have. Hello, back again now after the third point, which is the left of your screen. The big question was if they were following the northern route or the southern route. So that's one of the interesting decisions they have to make. It seems that they didn't climb enough arriving to the third point, as when we explained about the tailwind and the front wind. So I think the conditions are worse there. They are not very high. Like a look. These climbs are around. They are climbing only. So the thing is, which path will they take? Now we will see which ridge they take. Back again with Silent Wings, with the system. Bravo Whiskey just turned and went to the south, and also Yankee Oscar and India Romeo. Well, it seems that Bravo Whiskey recovered. He was some kilometers after them, and he recovered some kind India Romeo has some advantage because a little bit higher, and in the meantime we can see Papa Echo is climbing. Let's see if he climbs enough or not. No, he's not climbing. So the third point seems to be the place where they are struggling the most. They are not following they are not going to the point, so maybe there's a blue place, a blue zone, and they are staying at the higher ground because maybe there are some cumulus or fractus, something like that, and they think this the best place to climb. Okay, so now the important thing is if they climb or not. We see the higher one is Jose Antonio Blanco, but Jose Antonio was not at the leading group. He is still at the northern part, but it's very interesting. Luis, we could take a look at the northern group, because there is Aldo and Hub and Jose Antonio Blanco, who just took a deviation through the north. So it's very interesting, this movement. They make a deviation through the north, and they are coming from this big deviation directly to the point. You know, this leading group arrived first, but they are there trying to climb 1,800, 2,100, so between 1,007 and 2,000 meters. So there come these 2 or 3 pilots, Sierra, Gold, Bravo, 70, they are coming a little bit higher. I don't know if this will make the difference or not. They don't have the altitude to go to the 4th, but the interesting movement is, as the north is working better, it's possible that between the position they are and the point, there's a very good area where they could find somewhere to climb. So it's very interesting move, huh? Because look at the path. So we can see this group, and we make a small comparison. We can see this perspective. This is the group coming from the north. Now Aldo stopped to climb. Aldo maybe has seen that in the valley they are not climbing this better. And you see the group close to the 3rd point. Look at the variometer. They are not climbing pretty well. Now Papa echoes a little bit, but they are turning there, trying to find something, but not at this moment. So now we are half past done 2/3 of the task. It's interesting to see a calculation that is the altitude or energy needed to arrive to the goal, and it's interesting to see that Papa Echo, that Wojciech, has already arrived there, so he already has it. Also the two that were leading, Kevin Ford and John Gatfield, but even Wojciech, who hasn't made this 3rd point, but he climbed and he has this altitude, okay? I think 70 Aldo is climbing also. He stopped before, he stopped at the higher ground. And Gold, Victor and Sierra, they went to this big mountain north of Sabiñánigo. I don't know, Luis, what's the name of this mountain? Otulia, thank you. So everybody goes there. We are coming back from the east. That's a place to stop and recharge altitude and arrive to Jaca. Okay, now we see the altitudes. The leading group still is between 1,007 and 2,000 meters. They are not climbing more. So the interesting thing here is they've been flying this zone about 10 minutes without going through the leg. They are not going into the direction of their next leg. So it seems that in the middle of the valley is blue. So everybody's thinking that they cannot keep going forward. And it's also interesting to see that now they will have front wind. So they will go to the northwest and they have, if not front wind, with just a deviation of 20 degrees. So it will be interesting to see who makes the decision of going. So now Sierra has just touched the third point and also is going Gold Victor, José Antonio Blanco. So this second group, making this big detour, this more distant than the others, they just arrived to this group. And in the meantime, we are surprised to see, because it's not there, that Maximilian Saiz is at the lead. Hello. Well, we saw they climb a little bit, about to 2,200 meters, 2,100, and they kept on advancing to the next point. Unfortunately, we must say that we have 3 pilots left. We have 3 pilots that we don't see at the lead. There was some technological issues, which is Tango Fox, who is Mateusz Kluzinski, Bravo Mike, who is Miguel Monedero, at A5, who is Max Sai. So, to our surprise and your surprise, following looking at another tracking system, we see that in fact the one who is leading is Max with 8.5. He's at the lead of this group that we were talking about. Now he's about 1,700 meters, and he has an advantage of about 2 kilometers in front of Yankee Oscar, India Romeo, and Bravo Whiskey. I think the only one that can catch him is Yankee Oscar, is John, because John Gutfield is this higher than Max, but we will see what happened with the speed they use. Hello again. Well, we will fix this issue for tomorrow. Don't worry about that. And in the meantime, it seems that Max keeps at the leading. Okay, we have Max at the lead with his flying GS3 15 meters with Jet, followed by Yankee Oscar and India Romeo. They have the same altitude, they are flying together. John is flying an S33, and India Romeo, who is Kevin Force, flying Ventus 2A. Followed by Sergio Lesay. Sergio is about 100 meters lower. Okay, we change a little bit, one moment, our tracking system, because Luis is trying to reconnect so everybody works perfect. The group that arrived to the third point coming from the north, Gold Victor, now I think he has the same problem, and in fact with this glider he will trying has more difficulties with his front wind. Ayala is also a little bit low, 1,600, and Aldo touched the point to the south, and he went through the north. He's taking a completely different path through the north. He is passing the Viescas Valley, and he will go through the second steps. It's a good bet, so it's interesting. I think it's more cloudy, so maybe he finds a cloud street that takes him faster. You know, it will be interesting. And in the meantime, John is 1,400. I think he's I think Helmostos has done it. He will arrive to the reporting point of the mountain north of Oaxaca, and then we'll go directly to the airfield. Okay, we recovered. Thank you, Luis. We recovered, and now we see all the gliders, all the pilots. They are going through the ridge, Peña Oroel and Cuculo, and Max is crossing to arrive to the fourth point, sorry. And from there he will turn left and arrive at the field. He's going really fast. 1,600 meters, and I think he has done it. He already has it, and in a few seconds our friend Conrado will put us the image to this point. Okay, now you can see they are arriving to the reporting point, and they will go directly to the finish line, which is over the airfield. So they are arriving to the finish line. Max at the lead, followed by John Gatfield, Klaus, and India Romeo. So it's pretty close between John and Kevin. So Max won. Max is the first, and now we will see who is the second. It's important to say there's a minimum altitude arrival of 1,000 meters oversee, MSL, and after they pass the finish line above this limit, otherwise there is a penalty, they just decelerate and make a south circuit to land at the airfield. So interesting to see who will be the second.
Este es uno, no sé quién, falta otro.
Hello, who is going to win? I think Klaus is in front of Yankee Oscar and India Romeo. They are pretty close. Look at their altitude. They cannot be between this reporting point and the finish. They cannot be down 1,000 meters in any moment. Otherwise, they will have penalties. I think Klaus is the second, followed by, well, pretty close, India Romeo, which is Kevin, and Yankee Oscar, who is John Garfield. So they will have the points, and then there comes Bravo Whiskey, who is Sergio Lesey, is after this group of three. It will have been very interesting to see the final glide of these three gliders. Okay, then we can see, I think it's Max landing. Now they are already turning to start the circuit over the glider, over the airfield. Okay, now these are the five the pilots that arrived first, and now Sierra is touching the reporting point, and the other ones who will follow him will be Papa Echo. I think Papa Echo lost a little bit this group, and after them, the two pilots that we told you they took this different path, which is 70. Aldo is about 10 kilometers from reporting point, and through the south, Gold Victor José Antonio Blanco is about 12 kilometers. In the meantime, well, at the south of third point, Juliet 7, who is Ayala, and Echo Israel, who is Pablo, is between 1,500 and 1,700. Okay, so congratulations to Max Silmilian Sais with his GS3. He is the provisional winner of the day, and of course now we will receive all the scoring loggers. We will look at them and make a revision just in case there is some penalty or issue. And then we'll have this scoring. In the meantime, our friend Conrado, with the rest of the gliders that are arriving, he will show you all the final glides, all over and their arrival to the finish line, which is 280 over the airfield. Okay. Sierra is arriving to the finish line. In the meantime, the other gliders you can see, you cut the altitude, they are landing or already landed. Okay, so we finish here our first live transmission. Sorry for these small issues we have. Tomorrow we promise we'll try to do our best and we'll do it better. Okay, so thank you everybody for following us. Goodbye.